Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. I'm live. Yeah, sorry about my voice. Goodness gracious. Probably should have gotten some water. Darn it. Well, I'm back. Back with some more Ace Attorney. And I hope you guys are excited for more Ace Attorney as well. Because we are going to be hopefully continuing more of where we last left off. Switch it to live. I think if I'm right, yeah, we were here. Because we were going to, I think, look at, I guess, trying to go into the records room last time. But we didn't. Because it was locked until we finally got what we needed, which was the card to get in there. So, I want to examine, though, some of the stuff that we haven't examined the first time, but I think it's best if we can go into the evidence room, though. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. I mean, we do. Let's just walk in. It won't open. The card reader's turned off. See? What is the security guard thinking? Oh god, it's him. Here he is. Howdy, partner. Well, what made my Bambino skies go grey? Hi, Marshall. Oh, Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him? Look for? How did he know that? As you may have surmised, here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw. That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Okay. Yeehaw. Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. Crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. So, okay, boy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres. Maybe if we present that thing we got him. Because we got a lunch. Because we have this. If we give it to him, he might talk with us too. So let me try to give it to him. Oh goodness, that smell reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr? What's this? What? What's wrong? A ballistic lunch. I see. Ah, see? I don't see. I wonder what it means. Given to Officer Marshall. Alright, Bambino. We win. Oh, he's eating. While God, I'm not gonna make noises for that. That's weird, no. But he's like, so he's just basically saying, ask anything of him. Okay. Finally, it seems like. He's willing to talk! Okay. Let's talk. I guess guard station. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got a good eye, partner. It ain't an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I kept getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, might not look it, but I lost my file for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people to hear anyway. I mean, anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security cameras?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in your next in your steak, you know?
I guess it's Marshall's told us. Said that. Miss Starr told us something. Said that you were a detective until 2 years ago?
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. Not all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. Oop.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambino. Anyway, the case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago?
The day of our case? That's right. Evidence transfer.
Ezra was talking about that. Ezra was talking about the transferal too. Excuse me if I'm messing up. System security?
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Gilman are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon? The fact that that's the case, my god.
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
That's the ID reader by the door.
Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
So this is the ID card record. Okay, so... Okay. Wait! I've seen that somewhere before!
Sorry, Bambina. Can't show you more than that.
Huh?
Haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record just now. Seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing. Let's do the transferal talk. Sorry, but can you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if turns out there was a mistake. See? So, what happened to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
Let me show him this card here.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Oh, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again.
Oh, right here.
Look, the fourth number, it's perfect match.
It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room?
But, wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card! So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? Did he do it? Did he do? Well, I mean, what did he do? Sorry.
Eh.
That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me!
If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Okay, we got the ID card record. Useful, I guess. Oh, that's good. Excuse me for yawning my head off for a second. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people here with people with IDs here. Okay. I want to kind of look at the security cameras before going into the evidence room. But I guess we gotta go into the evidence room first. Let's go into the evidence room. Sector 3. It's quite the investigation. It's quiet. The investigation must be over, sorry.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. Memorial's like more like a morgue. Oh, yeah, it kind of does give morgue vibes. There's a fishing pole over here. There's a metal detector. Stuff here.
Oh, nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Oh, gumshoe. Whoa, did I just hear a slap?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. Poor Gumshoe. So it is true, what I heard. Righto, please do. I look like a selfish man. Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? Give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So cheap a police grant. Loan anyone $50? Even me?
Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today?
Boss for a day?
Well, guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're the boss for a day. What the? What is that supposed to mean?
Gee, thanks.
First of all, y'all want to have this.
Evidence room floor plans. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. Let me talk. Boss for a day? What the frick does he mean by that? Weird.
So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
Gumshoe?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again.
I admit it, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Haha, of course, I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
Okay, let's talk to him about Edgeworth. How's Edgeworth going?
I always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the...
I was gonna say inquiry. Or inquiry. Either way, I'm gonna always mistake in this committee now, right? It's just you can say the word one or different times and then it means something else.
They're trying to find out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see. Oh yeah, I remember there was that whole mess up thing he was talking about.
Guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Okay, let's go evidence locker.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can't be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
Gumshoe, how many? You've already lost 2 cards and you're already on your 3rd. How clumsy, man. What the frick?
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Does that even... Never mind, Gumshoe.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprints.
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint.
Oh, that's smarter too. So, the only locker we can open is our own?
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor. If the wrong person touches it...
Bzz. You get a shock?
If that's what happens, my aim would be black and smoky every day. In case the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Okay. So we got those. Let's see, can I present anything to him? Oh yeah, we have this memo. Maybe, does he know anything about this memo if we show it to him? Let me send it. Show that.
Detective Goodwin's known in that switchblade knife. I bet Edwards was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edwards' first big case, you know? 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edward was a man to be feared.
But why would evidence from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case.
Okay, now that's giving us more information though. SL9 incident.
Now that was a bloody violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder?
Oh! Serial killing.
Why you gotta be serial? What the?
A serial killing?
Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake. Mr. Ezra built this case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Ezra right in the spotlight. Started the rumor mill.
Rumors? About forged evidence?
It's supposed to be a cleanup with the transfer the other day. It's the last job he ever did. Kevin Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Jack Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself.
Maybe if I show him the... Maybe I should show him this, because this might... He might know something, if not, that's just being gumshoe.
Could you take a look at this? This is the ID record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
But what is it?
That second number! It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth!
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh my god.
What? What?
What in the world? Why would Ezra have come to the evidence room? That is weird. That is weird. Anyways, excuse me, Gumshoe. There's a bloody handprint. Right here. Some glove. Hello, Mr. Glove.
Someone left a glove here, but only one?
Detective Gumshoe. Maybe... There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9?
It does have a tag on it. Okay, we've got the rubber glove. There's... What's with these little pieces on the ground?
Wow! Someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? Yeah. There you go again. There you go, pal. Make me be out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case.
SL9 incident, pal. See the stickers on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. Look for other evidence. Take a closer look. I mean, so far my more concern is I want to look at the bloody handprint that's on the thing, but I also want to take maybe a closer look at these, just in case.
I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whenever it was broken.
You wanna try to put it back together?
Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Wow, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Wow, Emma is really prepared, I guess. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, God. Can I... So I can rotate this. Oh. Okay, I see how this works. Hmm. Hmm. Trying to see which pieces would work here. Do I gotta rotate this, maybe? I'm trying to figure out if I'm making this right or not. I feel like I don't know if I'm doing things right. Maybe is it this? Is it this way, maybe? Or maybe it's not that way. Or maybe it is like this for me. Let's try it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Interesting how this is supposed to work. I don't know if I need to rotate this one at all. Just feel like it looks fine to me. Should maybe just... Oh, crap. I did not mean to rotate it. Let me just combine it, maybe. Yeah, just combine. Some of these pieces are weird. Maybe this way? Maybe it's a different piece. I think it's fine the way it is. I don't really need to do anything about it. There we go. Okay. Looks like it's a small piece. Like this, maybe? Oh, it does work there. Okay. Got 3 pieces left. Do I rotate this one? Looks like it can fit here if I do it like this. Maybe. But if not, it could be this one. Oh crud, I didn't mean to hit that button. Okay, there we go. Maybe this bigger piece needs to fit somewhere first. Unless we gotta fit the other smaller piece we've got. Maybe it's this smaller piece. Try this. Okay, there we go. And this piece... Does it feel like this, maybe? Well, there we go. Now we got them fixed. And it's still missing pieces afterwards.
Huh? Well, I think we did it. Some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, why are some of them missing?
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with. Still. It doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Unstable jar added to the pieces are back together. Yeah, we still are missing some pieces. That looks like blood though on it. Are we ever gonna look at the handprint? Because there's literally a handprint. Right here. There's paint here. We already did the pieces. Maybe... anything over here? I mean, there's a door thing. Can we look at the lockers? Oh wait, what is this? There's something... I didn't even notice this before. Oopsie.
There's something sticking out of here.
Looks like a shirt. I guess there must be evidence from some case.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that Edson locker was opened recently.
How'd you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him bring down my neck about some silly evidence?
Or breathing. Okay. Nope. Pop-Up's trying to get in here, but he wants to be with me, but he needs to be with somebody else today. Goodness.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. You're going to talk behind someone's back. Don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Goodness me. Oh my god. And the dog goes in. The dog goes in here because he's freaking out. Well, can we finally look at this bloody handprint?
What's this? Blood?
It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint there.
Oh god, here he comes. Oh god. The puppers is not happy because it's raining today, so if anything, if I start complaining about something, or if I'm fixing anything during the stream, it's because the pup's trying to come on top into the chair with me. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright! What if there are other bloodstains in the room?
We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Okay. Oh, I should save as well while I'm at it. Okay, Pup is not happy. Okay. Can we spray this? There. I like how it does the snapping for some reason.
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There is no reason for that murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door.
This just might be something significant.
Hey! That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal!
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too! Oh my god, Gumshoe wants to use it himself. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief!
Where did you get
this, Emma?
I always buy it by mail order.
Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Okay, can we spray anywhere else? Maybe not here. Other than the handprint, here we know.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What? What's the matter? What's the matter, detective? Sorry, I thought it was her or someone else. My bad. Oops. This locker. It's mine!
It's yours?
Please! You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You do it for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective.
Yeah, you're on the force, Gumshoe. I guess... that is a lot of blood here. Or was, I guess, supposedly. Pup is really wanting out of this room now. Hold on a second.
Pup, Alpha.
He's got his thunder vest on, but he's just... it's because it's raining. He hates when it's raining and stuff. Golly.
Come on, sweet pea.
He is just not happy today. Nothing... he's just not happy in general, so... anyways, that must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood? Pale blue blood? The detective. Maybe Detective Goodman? Was actually an alien? Gumshoe, no.
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey! If you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked! Hey, pal. Look at the time. Was there something you need to be going to? This is a Mr. Edward inquiry, whatever one it is. Committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna give them my report for the day. That is a restaurant. Might help, you know?
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems.
Up. I see. I know you're scared. It's okay. You're okay. It's not raining much.
Hey, it's Mr. Edward we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this.
Up, oh god. Oh god.
No, first. No, you can't come in the chair with me. No. No. I know. You're okay. You're okay, sweetie. Come on, sweet pea.
Oh god. Up, you're okay. I promise you. It's okay. Oh god.
You can't sit in the same chair with me, I know. Please, Bud.
It had to be today of all days. It had to rain real bad for him. His anxiety is just off the roof right now. Pup. I guess I'm gonna be right back though. I'm gonna go get me some water and stuff, and we'll continue after I come back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. My apologies. I was just grabbing me some water just in case, but I also grabbed me a snack. Because why the frig not? Wanted a snack. Just in case. Just in case, so. I mean, it's just gonna be something I'm eating left over from yesterday. I just got some ice cream. I know it's not really a good snack, but it's just something sweet for me, because why the frick not? I wanted something sweet. So, that's all I can say. Oh. Probably still needs to melt a bit, but I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Bye, Gumshoe. I should probably see what Ezra has to say, too. Okay. We still haven't checked the security cameras, but... guess let's get out of here. Hi. What's up, Marshall? Guess let's leave the... we gotta get to the entrance. I mean, I want to know what Edward is thinking. Guess let's go to our office. Move. Underground parking lot. Move. My prosecutor's desk, which is Edward's desk. See what he's got to say.
Up, up. Up, up.
Okay, we're at his office. Ah, yes, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Is this the bellboy from that hotel? Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edward, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edward here?
There, standing by the wheel, a teacup in his hand.
Oh god, he's not happy. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service.
Mr. Edward, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yep.
It's okay now. You need to chill, okay?
Pup is just not having it. He is just not having it.
It's definitely not that.
Oh my god. Hold on. Gonna mute real quick. Sorry about that. Just my dad wanted. I was just talking to my dad. So. That's all. And by the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently a new fish restaurant was opening near here. Oh my god.
Pop-Up, you're okay. You're okay, Pop-Up.
You're okay.
I think he was trying to console me, somehow.
The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Okay, so talk, inquiry committee, and then tomorrow's trial. Let's do the committee, guys. That's the one I'm quite curious about in this situation.
So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, I decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communication error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe when I conceal evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
Trial, tomorrow's trial.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why? I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still.
Wow, I never seen him this out of sorts. We gotta present those numbers to him. Maybe he might, because if I remember correctly, Gumshoe said one of the numbers has Edgeworth's number on it. Yeah, this one, from this day, so...
Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room today, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
But why? Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that.
I love the fact that I love the animation with the fingers and everything.
That's the point. I was asked to go. My Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filled. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
A screwdriver, though.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
No, I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence.
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
Is there anything else I can show him? Other than maybe the memo, but let me see.
I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicions you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memories of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator.
Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth.
Come on, Edgeworth, just open up to us, man. Allegations of forgery.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gent.
That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then?
He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Oh, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation?
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with vicious murderers. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't.
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have a use for this.
What in the world, Miles, are you giving us?
Aluminum paddle for taking fingerprints?
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? You're the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks.
How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well?
Ooh. That'll be fun to use.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right.
I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Well, thank you, Miles, for what you've told us. But hopefully we'll see each other again at the trial. Oh, she's not here now. Entrance. Guard station. He's not here right now. Evidence room. I accidentally spilled some of the ice cream by a little bit. Trying to clean it up. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, there's blood on the detective evidence locker.
Detectives.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, here's a finger.
The finger?
Each finger leaves behind a significantly different imprint. So, let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
This finger, maybe? Okay. I did not mean to do that.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Anna's starting to get the sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around
Huh? How do you do that?
with center. See?
It looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adhesive adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess
How do I do that?
with E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See?
Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some take some getting used to though.
It's fine.
It won't go on your nose or anything, or it won't go up on your nose.
You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the external.
Or extra, not external. Whoopsie.
Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Right.
I guess I better give it a try. I'm just blowing everything. I'm just putting a lot of dust, just in case. Because I don't know how much I need. I'm just putting a lot, so don't mind me. And then I guess I gotta blow. I think I missed some. I should have put more here.
You did it! You found one! That looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Darn it.
Now that you mention...
No, this doesn't look like nothing like a fingerprint. I thought it was... That was Phoenix. I mean,
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
what does it mean?
I think...
I think she meant I think.
I think it means we're out of luck.
Out of luck.
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Don't tell me you've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just ways to go sometimes with scientific evidence investigation. Sorry. But it does seem a shame. While we were at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely.
I mean, there is something right here.
It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprinting outside the blood. Because I noticed this. Dust. I'm just putting dust everywhere. I'm just doing it anyways. Just putting it in a big circle. I will dust as much as I need. All the dust. All of it. I'm being stupid, but I don't care. There we go. Maybe a little more dust. Just a little bit. Just a bit more. Just to make sure the print is clear. I'm just... There we go, much better. I was just using all the dust. Excuse me.
Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling.
Dazzling.
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So, we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint. And not knowing who the owner is right.
I guess she's right.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left these prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
I can make a pretty good guess. Bloody handprint and fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would we most likely find on this evidence locker?
Okay, so this is Gant's fingerprint. This is Meekin's. Oh, this is Gumshoe's. This had to be Gumshoe's, isn't it? Comparison complete. Match found.
So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this, so what look?
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Wouldn't it be over here? Because it was on this one with the... This is where we got aluminum fluid reaction, right?
Right! There was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this?
There goes her eye sparkling again. Check for prints.
Okay, let's check for prints.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding and using chemical means.
Any prints in the area will have been wiped away too.
No, right. So that means no prints.
Dang it.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me.
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Oh, goodness. I don't know what I'm doing. I am just putting anything anywhere. I'm just gonna make it all white. This shall be all white. I will cover every nook and cranny just to make sure I have a good print. So if I will put as much as I need to. Okay, this is perfect. That was kind of a lot. I just put a lot of it because I'm just like, come on, me. I want to cover it. I don't know why I want to cover it all. There we go. Okay. It's not Gant's. It's not Meekin's. Marshall's? Why are they Marshall's? It looks like Marshall's, though. I'm gonna compare. Compare it with Jake Marshall, though. Because it looks similar already. Match found. They are They are Jake Marshall's. What is his fingerprint? Just doing on that locker.
Hey, these fingerprints, they...
Whose are they? Who's it? Someone we know? Someone I know?
It's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Marshall?
Marshall finger. Why is that's my question? Why is his fingerprints on that there?
That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction, and the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Excuse me. Oopsie.
Oh. Oh.
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain.
But why would Officer Marshall...
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
Poor girl. Double save. Because that's just how I roll with things. I'm just curious, when are we going to look at the security cameras? Because I was thinking about going to check them. I should have checked them before, but... yeah. Anyway. Number 2.
So, what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is confused as well as we are.
I mean, it's so confusing with the whole mess-up and everything. That's just so unusual.
After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So, how'd it go?
It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But, Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Skies. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skies?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. (24, 10 a.m., District Court Room number 9. And I'm gonna apologize for my judge voice, it's not good. My judge voice sounds like he's trying to be an old man, but I'm just not working at it well.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. What? That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present empirical evidence.
Or pyro. Whatever it is. I am messing up. I apologize.
Today I will present evidence related to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe that in the way which we should proceed will reveal itself.
And that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. Sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trials resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
I think I got the trilogy. I'm playing the trilogy, so it's all three of them at the same time. I think, because I just already finished the first one, so this is just... Hopefully it'll lead to the next one, because I have the trilogy. My apologies.
Goodness. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Things are getting wild from the get-go.
What's Meekins?
Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir! Okay. So, you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir! It was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You got to believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm the one what you call part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend!
What is with Meekins? My lord.
Please, Mr. Archer, sir, help me, sir! Officer Meekins. Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime, consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish! After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir!
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
True, he's kind of a little over the top there. Crime report, sir.
That was not my normal duty. I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on security screen and rushed to the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I'm suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto to the others before they do unto to you.
Unto you. I don't know anymore. This is weird, Meekins. Some of his dialogue is weirding me out a little bit with that.
That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see the new painted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me up the side of the head, sir! Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with.
So, basically, they are suspecting him because they found him passed out in the evidence room. Don't believe, though. Let's see. Not his normal duty. He was assigned to that room that day. Spotted a suspicious man. Hold on, I want to ask more about this real quick. Let me see what this is about first. Let me check that out. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir! The Blue Badger? Yes, sir! The 11th Police Master created by Chief of Detectives, sir! That was Gumshoe. I was sure it wasn't broken during the transfer process! That was my sole mission for the day, sir! I see, it sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Okay, so yeah, he spotted a suspicious man. Security screen rushed him into the room. We know that. Only doing what he was trained to do, sir. Let me go back, though. It was I think it was about the ID, because... Let's try this, because he might talk about the ID if possible. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir! I have one right here around my neck! So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. There's one right here! Could you please read us the number? What am I hearing? I'm just hearing random noises. Excuse me if... Sorry. Yes, sir! It's 498-9596! That's my number, sir! I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. There's no real mystery, sir! The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That's when I spotted the man on the security screen! Okay, so Miss Meekins had been in there twice. Says he was doing what he was... Okay, so if he was only doing what he was doing... Also, why does he gotta have the loud megaphone? That's my question. Why does he gotta have the megaphone for this? But let me hold it first, though. So, you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir! I swung my arm like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash in my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
Fought for my life, then I did it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, what do you mean by did it?
What exactly do you mean when you said you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. Man lets his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? Spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See.
He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then... Next thing I knew... Yes. He punched me right in my face, sir!
Passed out until the officer smacked me awake.
Alfred.
Oh my god. Dog is just not happy because it's just been raining. I'm quite curious what time he finally awoken, because that's going to be something. So
Let's still hold it. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious! Oh, right. According to the report from the officers that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. Hit me right in the head, too! I woke up crying tears of pain! That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. And to get around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir! Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir! I turned him to the entrance before things got out of hand!
well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
Is that a point?
Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir! Take a look at this! It was sent to my jail cell! Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir! The chief? Delivered it? What is that? The videotape? Yes, sir! That's absolutely right, sir! Videotape, sir! It contains footage from the security cam in the evidence room.
Finally, I thought we wouldn't be able to look at it.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake! I just do what I'm told, sir! I'm the only thing I'm really good at!
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. No! Please stop using that word, murderer, sir! It scares me.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Okay, there's the badger. Interesting. Just the badger right now, just being the badger. Okay. Oh, someone's walking by. Someone just walked by.
Okay. Oh, they're opening some they're opening one of the lockers and I just saw the glove fall out. Oh, there's Meekins. This is where... Oh, right there's the knife. Oh, okay, there they go. Oh, God. What? More looks like Meekins got attacked than anything. Instead of the other way around. And there's Meekins now passed out on the ground. That thing is open, though. Okay. So that's what really happened. That's now in there. Okay, so that's what really happened. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How could we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the heck was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir! It's a Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? At least we got the security footage. Video added to court records. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity to take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! I feel like that tape is gonna be needed, though, in the future for stuff. Mysterious man. This can't be clearly seen in the video! But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir! I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints, too! Fingerprints? The locker he opened is uniquely Detective Goodman's locker, sir! So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it! Okay. Interesting. What's this about fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing, that would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to be Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. But everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. We did find fingerprints. One of them was Marshall's, though. We know his face can't be seen clearly. There's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman. Open the locker. Detective Goodman's fingerprints. Okay. Maybe it's this because we didn't see the face of the person at all. So we can't really see if that person was Goodman or not. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir! If it might say something, sir! Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's take the court record again. Is there a problem with the security footage?
Yes, there is. I think there is because what if it's not? But Goodman is dead. I feel like that's not really Goodman in that video for some reason. I don't know why, but I feel like there's a problem because if we found Jake Marshall's the fingerprint in there, so it's gonna be interesting. Why was his fingerprint in there? It's gotta be something.
Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange? That was not a good voice there. Sorry.
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
That's what I was thinking too. It may have not been Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Objection!
Oh god.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. Then I can't stay watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction? Indicates the may not been Goodman.
Backspace? How do I... hold on. I want to rewind a little bit. Sorry, I want to keep it paused. So, okay. I can't figure out my backspace because I'm trying to make sure I know what's what. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, enter is to fast forward. I just gotta play. I'm just trying to make sure I know. Ah, frick. I went a little too far. This is when he comes in. The thing is still there. There's a handprint still there. So, okay. There's gotta be something in here. I feel like I'm just looking at this just in case, even though it's unpaused. Does it have something to do with the locker? Maybe it's the locker.
Take that!
It's just, I feel like it has something to do with the locker. The thing that is strange about this video would have to be, this.
I just don't know.
Hold on a second, I need to use my odd drops.
I just don't know if I'm right about that. I thought it was the lockers. It's just, I thought it was the lockers for a second.
Oh, I don't get it.
Might as well try testing. Would you mind if I borrow your eye medicine? Oopsie. Don't look at me. I don't know, what is it, Bleary? I'm not doing the voice for him right now. Okay. I think I just messed up. Play it again. Okay, run thing. Someone gets hurt. So someone pointing his finger at us, that's right. It's not the... So it's not going to be the lockers. Yes. Yeah, I gotta do that. At least I know that. I can't stand it. Okay. Yeah. I just made a mistake. I was just trying to figure out the thing. Wait. Can I just back up? Wait, what is this? I didn't notice this before. Why is it... I didn't notice this. It was light up here. Why is there a light here? Everyone else's is not. Why is that even a light there? I knew something was weird regarding the lockers, but I didn't know it was this. Now that I relook at this, now I see what's wrong. Oopsie!
The thing that's strange about the video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir! Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker's apparatus works like this.
Oh, bringing back Gumshoe.
When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprints, if it's a match. The light turns on, and the lock is released. Now, according to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir! If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture.
Now that I see it, I see it now. Yeah, it's right there. Up there's the thing. There's the person that we think is Goodman, but we know it's probably not Goodman.
When the victim reached for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Oh, what the frick was that?
What in the world, Meekins?
What was that noise I heard that came out of it?
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection!
But the lockers are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know it. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensors would detect and report any malfunctions. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe it's something like jam the system sensor?
Something jammed the sensor? Say. Something else that seemed out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this.
I really don't want to fast forward. Let me go this. Ah, there it is. Glove. The glove just fell out. I noticed that the glove fell out when he just immediately opened. with this, then? Goodness me. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. I just had to fast forward it just a bit. Goodness me. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I happened to fall and roll a great distance when I opened my... Oh, wait, I didn't get to finish reading that. Oh well. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensors triggered the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say? Between the sensor and the door. Inserted? Why do we gotta look at this again? Because there it goes. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Golly. Oh my god, this... It is what it is. No, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. I got a great time to get stuck in the door when I get it out of my patrol vehicle, sir. How do you get your tie stuck in a patrol vehicle? Instead of the door closing, my tie... Oh my god. Oh my god. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene... There just might have been something that fits the description. Sir! By insulator, you mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Wasn't it that glove we found? Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? What was that glove? It has to be this rubber glove, because if anything... It's the only thing I can think of, because it literally is the glove that we saw at the crime scene, so... I'm going with the glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. Uh-oh, Edward's getting shot. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But... excuse me. But that isn't the case. A lit lamp assists to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir! What in the world is Meekins trying to do? Please, Meekins, don't hurt yourself. Order! 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 Are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? That's what I've been thinking this entire time.
Objection!
Do not be misled, Your Honor. Or misled. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir! Me, sir! I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir! No, oh, you mean that, sir! Of course, sir! This is a joke.
We will begin your testimony.
Mystery Man 2.
That's not Detective Goodman, though, in my opinion, that's in that room.
There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir! To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. I thought it said ID.
Whoopsie.
I'm going over too fast. I read it too fast. I'm reading it too fast.
An ID card record, I see. I had the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
I really need to close that door. Sorry if you can hear any talking in the background.
The ID used at 514 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases. Extremely violent cases involve police staff.
Hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were clear up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
I still feel like I wasn't Goodman in that freaking place. There's one thing that proves the ID. Enter evidence room. Yeah, they do need to have their ID card. Can I present him something? We have his ID card we found at the park.
Objection!
Let's see. Wait a minute. One moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good with that waiting, sir! I have the victim's ID card, right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Oh no. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. The lost item report. It only is half complete. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his ID. Or his card. ID card, same thing, whatever. Oh dear. Ooh, ice cream's melting. Goodness. Order! Order! So now what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
That's what I was thinking, and it seems like that way to me as well.
Order! Order, order! Does the prosecution have a response?
Excuse me for coughing. Sorry.
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim's lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murderer in the evidence room is also fake.
Or yeah, it is kind of that. Yeah, it is fake.
In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Need to take a sip of water.
Only moments ago, you seem content to pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecution's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant uses the murder weapon. Or the murder weapon, excuse me. Ah.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
What in the world? Oh, I'm hearing random music now. Oh god, I'm gonna have to close the doors at some point to pause. In a bit.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to?
Really? Oh my.
However, this trial purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana...
We do. How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I think we gotta object. I mean, we have to object at some point. Because we have to bring up the fingerprints, because we found those fingerprints.
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. These security videos did not show the actual murderer. Or actual murder, sorry. This thing just moving is weird.
Nope, Meekins. Just on the ground. Laying down.
And then there's that put into that place.
However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. Oh. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witness for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to testify. What's his or her name?
It's just Jake Marshall. We have to, because Jake Marshall is the only one, because we found his darn fingerprints in that evidence room. And we need to know why the freak are his prints in there. That's the only thing it is. So let's go for Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess. Where are the witnesses? Is subpoenaed. Sorry, witness. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Okay, I'm gonna quickly take a BRB. I just want to grab me something to... I was eating a snack, but I might just see if I can grab dinner. So I'm gonna quickly try to be right back as fast as possible. So hold on just a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry if it took me a little while. I was trying to make sure it was fast as possible, so I was doing everything as fast as I can. So let me just get back into said game. I got me some food. I made me some biscuity things. I just made some like mini biscuit with some sausage or chicken in there because I was hungry. So there's that. So we're back. We're at the lobby because we're in the recess in the game. So continuing. Oh no, she is just saying nothing for a bit. There's no stopping you there, Mr. Wright. Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out.
Lana. You're the one who knows everything.
Emma.
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh god. Bad timing. Bad timing, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. What did we do, Gumshoe? And on top of it off, you called me here. I've seen sharper people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. 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 I didn't see there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you bought what I asked? Oh. Not the... Whoa, so much. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? Files for the Joe Drake killings solved 2 years ago. Joe Drake? What? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with the serial murders. Now what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name is... I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident. Is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Drake killings. Okay.
The Joe Drake... No, Lana! Over with. No!
Out she goes. Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. What the world? Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Demon Gained, Miles Edgeworth. What
What is going on here? Not to mention Lana and Emma. What is happening here anymore?
Why would we keep finding information of people involved in this specific case filed 2 years ago? Sorry. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago? This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you, you might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file. My god, there's so much happening that this is just craziness. The fact that so many people are connected to this darn incident. I'm meaning the SL9 one, but... I did it once, I could have done it twice, but... Back at the court. Goodness. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the murder.
Jake Marshall. Hello, Jake.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Is he just drinking something? What is in that flask he's drinking? I'm curious. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know you're a patrolman.
That's my name. If you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling winds call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling winds. I've never heard Edward described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? I'll go into the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sand. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please show us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Oh goodness, Jake Marshall.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone-dried orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Did he just basically burn, like, not kind of like a burn to the freaking judge? Does he, like, oh my god, I'm trying to think of the word, darn it. You know what I mean.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activation locks of the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activation locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
It was roasted. He roasted the judge just a while ago. My bad. That's what I was thinking. He roasted him. He's not being very helpful. He was kind of roasting the judge a little bit there.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weakness, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Day of the crime. So we're just... I don't need to read it again in his voice. Job is to keep wary eye in the orchard. Supposed to make rounds 30 times a day, but it isn't his style. The fact that he has to... she's shaving his beard with a knife right there. Room's protected to security systems. Anyway. If I remember right, I was at the Streetside Saloon at the time it went down. But we found his fingerprints in the gosh darn locker room. So I'm betting I'm going to present that, if anything. So, because it shows he was actually there. Right here. Because it says found bloody... yeah, it says fingerprints. So maybe we gotta show it this. So let's go this.
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this.
Oh.
After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Was real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that's all. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there. Be in there.
Objection!
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
I like the fact that he's just all dressed up like cowboy style. So cool though.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. Luminol testing clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulder.
What?
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
But something was sticking out of that same exact little storage. Bloodstained fingerprints.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Oh, didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
How do you know?
See? That had nothing to do with it.
How do you know the murderer wore gloves?
The witness' explanation appears valid. Although there is room for doubt. That wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
He knows about gloves. Why do you do that?
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Okay, let's see. It's only natural. I'm still curious. Let me ask this first.
That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? Oh. I mean, what I said.
So that was Marshall's locker when he was on the 4th before he'd been demoted. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that there and now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Okay. Good to know that. Okay. My question is, how does he know about the glove? Is my question. How do you know that? How do you know about wearing the gloves?
Hold it!
How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood. In the desert, there's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape? So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Okay. And... Let me see. Let me try that. Let me try that. What do you mean by that? Want me to tie this to crime? Isn't that right, partner? No, to this crime, sorry. If so, the video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection!
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Please, you can't see it, or in places you can't see, excuse me. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
Objection!
Oh, Miles? You don't have time. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. I mean, I guess we have to show. There's gotta be evidence. I believe there is, anyways. Evidence to show. Let's do it. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us the incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. I hate this part. Guess let's fast forward. Does it have to be the last thing? Afterwards? Is it after Meekins? So this is Meekins. It's gonna be after Meekins is knocked out, right? The only thing I can think of. It's where it brings it back. Right there. I know it. It's right here. This thing right here, because
Take that!
that thing. That's the only thing I can think of. Bringing our attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake. I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are shorter in Texas. So are our tempos. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Oh, I thought that was... I read it wrong if that was the judge. My bad. Excuse me. I meant the judge voice. It's fine. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Looks like we're rewinding it. See, that's where Meekins is. It's not there. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Excuse me. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Gotcha now. I didn't say order. I didn't get to read it. It just went faster. Ma'am, so I didn't touch it. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wand man?
This guy's just playing dumb. He really doesn't know.
Ugh, I hate to rain on your parade. But you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call you bluff. You said to open that locker. Now prove it. Oh god, I think it... Is it the... Does it have to do with this? Only assigned Detective Prince can unlock the indicating lamp. This is the only thing I can think of that could open it. He has to use it since it's gotta be this. Fingerprint sensor. Uh-oh. Gotcha. Got your butt, man. We talked about this earlier today. Lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In case the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? What in the world is he pulling at? With his teeth. What is that? Turkey? Fabric? He just says no. I didn't get to read that. That was fast. The only 8 words he said was no. Goodness. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself! If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. Oh, he's sweating. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What in the world is he pulling at? Olay? Please answer the question. I have no idea what he's saying. What is he now? A bullfighter? Oh. That's what it is. Whoopsie, I'm just not getting the references now. Some of them I do and some of them I don't.
That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. Oh yeah, the floor plans. There was no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Oh then, let's hear it.
Wouldn't he...
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime?
Wouldn't he be the killer then? Wouldn't it... It would be the killer is here, and then he would be the victim then, right?
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman.
Objection!
Well, that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know it for sure.
Objection!
May I point out, though, that that Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir! Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? No. You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence?
He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I guess I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
He did it again! He's doing the roasting of the beard. My goodness.
Goodness. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall's dressed up as the victim? Well,
Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who's gonna take the desert heat.
Ugh. This can't be happening. It's obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics?
Is he helping us? Why is Miles helping us in a way? Because it feels like he's giving us a hint like that. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open this locker at the time of the crime. Yet, he did, despite the chance he might be discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defendant's argument,
Officer Jake Marshall's just up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime.
then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
I should put a warning, if any time the stream dies or any type of power, if any time it happens, because it's been raining, I've worried, or storming lately this week for me. If the stream ends up ending out of nowhere, it's because if power went out on my end or something like that because it's storming, so just giving a heads up just in case if it does happen. So.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
Oh, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions.
Don't have any evidence, so this video might my only shot. Sorry, this video is my only shot. Excuse me.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker.
Fast forward. Once again.
Here's Marshall. Right here, opening. Here comes Meekins. I'm gonna let it play here. And pause when I need to. So there's Meekins trying to ask. So there. Oh, play again. Oh god. There we go. Would it be this? Because there's blood right on the coat. It must have been from the cut Meekins got.
That's my only thing. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
There it is.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner.
Now he's finally gonna admit.
Did it.
Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent than you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, well, would we?
What is wrong with Jake? What is he unhappy about?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come.
Marshall's confession. Woo-hoo. Let's see what he's got to say for himself.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which area wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
What in the world? So he just... Is it the SL9 case? If he's talking about the SL9 case, then that would make perfect sense why he did what he did. And that's just my hypothesis. Hypothesis or theory, so...
So the supposed victim was really you. But, Noah, there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Back to this again. Couldn't let it die. What does he mean by couldn't let it die?
Hold it!
When you said it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, Lana?
Yes, on 9 incident. I knew it!
2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. My incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only the case lead detectives can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a good look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why
Does this have anything to do with Detective Goodman? My question is why?
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'll be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
You're still probably going to anyways, because you faked being the man, because he's dead now.
So you did it to fool the security camera? And the detective's ID card. As though the moment of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So, essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activation lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. He pulled a knife on him. You pulled a knife out on him, Marshall.
Hold it!
Not...
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
Edgeworth gets so much influence.
Anyway, he threw himself at me. I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. But why? What happened to your knife? No, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
No, you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
Managers gave new areas.
Let me see this. So, you did your research beforehand? Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours of all had gone as planned. No footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins during that doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day?
Is there any murder in the evidence room? But what about the blood? Because there was blood on Gumshoe's thing, and also one he wiped.
Something. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicated a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me. I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Archer, where is the evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence.
Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? By the way, partner, it's a free country. I love that. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer.
Yeah, he probably might get an offense anyways for injuring a police officer anyways, regardless.
This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Come on, Marshall. Tell us the truth. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Can't forget SL9, isn't it?
So it has something to do with SL9. This has to be what he's been on about this entire time if he knows that. So I feel like it has something to do with this darn SL9. I want to present something, but I don't know if it's gonna work. But let's do a flip on this first.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Drake was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Drake case, It involved several murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's why I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone's involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files.
To do that, Jake, and just stand by and let it die. Stole the detective ID. Has something to do with the SL9, I guess? Yes, it has something to do with this darn SL9 instance so much. Let's see, can I present the files of SL9? It has something to do with the files. That's the only thing I can think of. Files for the Drake killings, because whatever, it's something about it that I feel like we might end up either finding.
Objection!
Let's try it. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. Sounds good though, cactus juice. It's just juice, right? I want to try it if I could, but don't know if I can. I have the SL9 incident files here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here.
Uh-oh. What is his last name doing in there?
In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name before. 2 years ago,
Oh, that's him. He also is cowboy-like.
he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutor Award.
No, I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed.
Oh!
And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother.
Oh, my lord. That's his brother? Well, they do have the same cowboy sort of aesthetic, so I can kind of see it.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Grant. Gant.
Why did I say Grant? It's Gant. My bad.
The then deputy chief of police.
But he's chief now.
A group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer.
Who?
Joe Drake. My brother fought Drake and was killed. That was the first time Drake left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, not filed. At least, according to the public reports.
Or records. Why do I keep saying reports? I read over words and I know what it says, I just read over it too fast.
What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Drake. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reasoning for your insane actions.
Seems like it, yeah.
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now that we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day.
Edgeworth?
The thing that happened by chance never ceases to amaze him. Exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance. It's got to be more than just that.
More like a coincidence, in my opinion.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it.
What about the lot of blood that was on the ground, dude? There's still blood that's not been exposed. You haven't understood.
Our sole murderer took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of Miss Angel Star is completely incoincidental. Or inconstable. Excuse me. If you have a response, make it a single word, no less. I rest my case.
Gosh, darn it.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. That murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize. I ended up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Hold it.
What now?
Oh, Emma's here.
Your Honor, wait!
Emma.
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, Wright? Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor.
Innocent. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Richard, please. Please.
Why did I sound like that?
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute, I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Drake killings.
Now that she mentioned it.
The name of both Sky's sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That's left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. Oh, I went over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please, don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, the traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh, boy. Time's up now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood marks. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still... We can't find anything wrong with that blood mark. Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. Whenever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Okay, what could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
What about the blood on the floor that no one has talked about? That's the one thing we haven't brought up yet. I'm surprised we haven't I feel like there's still more that we haven't, you know.
Could there be something I'm missing?
I mean, there's gotta be a problem. I mean, I gotta object for now because... Let's go ahead and object.
Objection!
This handprint left at this crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us spread the defenses and simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor planning?
I feel like... Let me see. Jar piece. What about the jar? We have nothing. What about this jar? Something about this jar has not been used, but I don't... But also, what about the badger? That is my question. Maybe the badger? Is it the badger? It should have had blood on it. There's a handprint on it, so...
Take that!
Let me try that. See what happens.
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible
to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
Ooh.
What? So that means... exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were identically found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. White, think it through scientifically.
Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched blanders in my courtroom.
Bladderdash? I don't know. Bladderdash. I think it's Bladderdash, but I don't know. Or whatever it's called. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor,
But it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
The murderer portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
Objection!
So then, assuming this murder you purportedly really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
So is this going to be the way it sounds like, if there's a lot of blood on the ground, is this going to be one of those cases where the death was actually somewhere else and not where we found it? Kind of thing, because if that's the case, my freaking Lord of mercy. Why is it going to be like this?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth says, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place.
Wouldn't it be that blood spatter we saw?
There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
Does it have something to do with the time with the record? Because it has something to do with the IDs. In my opinion. So I think it's gotta be this.
If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel to the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. The crime took place before the time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot, though, to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the Luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edward entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again.
Wouldn't it be before Miles? It's gotta be the 420. There's only one other card number remaining. That's a bunch of sevens. Why so much 7?
Yep. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have had entered along with the real murderer. That's the only possible explanation. He went in with 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
So much 7s.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is...
Oh, the 7s. There's so much 7, 7, 7, 7s. Can't say it anymore.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
Great. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation which can be guaranteed such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Objection!
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana.
Objection!
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 77.
It's not the 7 number.
Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident.
The S09 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Oh. Lana? Now she's on the stand.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
What is that supposed to mean?
Lana?
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
defendant. Just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator, in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
What? Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crime requires drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involves forging
So they did forge evidence. So they forged evidence in the Joe Drake case then. Just to get him convicted. What? That's what it seems like she's saying. What?
No way.
The frick?
See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! Order! Order!
Lana remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. That. Oh my. Oh my. So she's saying, yeah, that's true, without actually saying it. So they did forge evidence. What the frick? What? In the world? Now that's a surprise. Something I was not expecting to have. That is a twist of a lifetime. My god. All I know is that I'm flabbergasted about that. I am just flabbergasted. So she is kind of guilty in a way, but she's guilty in the way that it's just, well, trying to convict somebody with forged evidence just for them to have a conviction, which is, I don't think is a good idea in general to do. Not something I was expected to see. I'm quite curious what you guys think. If that is really the case of what's going on. That's just what I'm thinking is what's happening and what she's saying from the small indications, even if it's not really told. I'm quite curious what you guys think about that, though. Goodness me, that's crazy. Crazy.
Sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9ism was just another name for the Joe Drake killings.
Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Drake convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
What? That's what I'm curious. What happened to you, girl?
It's there. It's all there in that file. In the file. Joe Drake's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother. He left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night of Prosecutor Niels Marshall was murdered, Joe Drake tried to kill me.
Oh god. What the world is coming to?
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, solely tried to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Drake trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
That is a shocker. That is... Let me save for a quick. Lord of mercy. Oh my god. SL9 incident after the incident. This is very interesting to witness.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, the terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Drake.
It seemed like he was running from someone, pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Drake tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed out the window, lighting up the office for an instant. I saw that burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
After the incident, Tucker.
I don't remember the moment when Drake stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I saw when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean prove bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edward used it.
So that's why I guess Marshall and Star might have a grudge against Edgeworth being a prosecutor, maybe. Well, not Marshall, but more like Star does, but...
Edgeworth.
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence.
So that's why the rumors also given to Edgeworth about false evidence was coming around.
Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth's, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
It's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
Oh, that doesn't help either.
After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She'd become cold, like she's today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma.
What's the permanent picture?
What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Drake knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed in front of this poor girl?
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
Dang.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago? You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Dang, a young 14-year-old at the time when that occurred. Jeez, girl.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see.
I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick.
But there's still
Something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling.
There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Jordik had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course! This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective office and the questioning room are across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective.
Oh, she was a detective.
She was the best in the entire force.
What?
That's news to me.
After the Joe Drake case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be
A detective. I better have another talk with her. That is unusual, the fact that Lana was a detective before she became a prosecutor. And the fact that Emma witnessed certain things. It's making a lot more sense in a way. All this is more and more confusing as things go by. In my opinion, but I guess let's go talk to Lana. I mean, so much has been happening, and I am like getting more and more confused, but also getting more information as we go by, and more twists and turns are happening. Oh my god. Okay, so I guess we're just going to the detention center though most of the time. Sorry if I was talking. Detention center, it is a room. Hi, Lana.
Lana!
Mr. Wright.
It seems I kept causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on those details, especially about the unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Today's trial.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well.
though I expected as much. I know how absurd Officer Marshals can be.
Or sorry. Obsessive, sorry. I am obsessive sometimes with things too, so I kind of get the feeling.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. Believe that no matter what happened, you'll always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I stole my soul. I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me, it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. How about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana! I don't understand. Why? Won't you tell us?
Sorry, just doing something for a second.
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Oh. Okay. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled.
Or filed, sorry. Or filled, whatever, it's the same thing.
Emma really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
So, Drake investigation.
2 years ago, I was in second in command of the detectives investigating Drake. Second in command? That means the investigation led was Damon Gant. Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office. And the same investigation.
They even had the same office.
What? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Drake was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Drake.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
First at the scene. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake that day. The investigation was in its final stage, and Drake must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Drake. Oh God. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor, and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Drake. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow there before he died. Joe Drake had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Drake under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extreme because I didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Drake.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Drake at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe you should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
Well, that's interesting. So much. We are finding out too much in this case. Lord of mercy. I am just surprised by what we keep finding. Every time. We keep finding more and more stuff that never gets told. My god. I still don't understand why. Is my question. Like, why are we just now getting so much information, and why now we just keep finding so much stuff connected to one specific case. This whole thing is just confusing me more and more. Let's go back to this. The entrance to the police department. Guess? Yeah. My brain's going crazy. Oh, hi, Marshall.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall!
Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que Sierra. You never know where lives lead you, eh, Bambina?
It's supposed to be... ¿Qué? I don't know. It looks like Spanish, but I'm not good at Spanish. My apologies.
I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Hey, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. Just a volunteer appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it?
I think I might have messed up voices, but oh well.
My prospectors head west. If ever there was a case, I need to know the truth about it. It was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling me exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
Drake trial.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Drake's, alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
So it was something else that killed him then, by the sound of it.
What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
The facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind?
Okay, prosecutor, your brother then.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time.
Dang. Oh, Marshall's? I forgot. I need to recheck his age. Probably older, or is he the younger brother? I don't know anymore. Older or younger, I forget. I don't know.
He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me for like that? Like that for? An honor for a prosecutor? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to seal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered. The evidence locker was empty.
Let's see, what does it mean by scars?
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation said one was taken care of.
Goodman was the only one, if that's the case, if Goodman was on the case. Because if this is Goodman's case, too, I think.
So, Miss Styles was fined and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
Her sister.
Gant and Sky. What? The investigation led Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Okay.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. Never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing I'm sure I found in court today. That boy Edward isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Oh god. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
He just opened that and is just... What is in that flask? He's drinking, my lord.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you.
When you become... Oh, I thought it was someone else. Thought it was something else, sorry.
When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Jeez. Interesting to find out. Sorry, I was just doing... I'm just fixing something. Sorry if I had to move the game out of the way. I was just fixing something. My apologies. Guess let's move. It looks like we're going in the inside. I guess we're going inside the affairs department. I mean, there's gotta be something in the affairs department, I guess. So, police station, affairs, criminal affairs department. Try that.
This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Oh, thanks.
Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying that she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. More chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Oh, sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallways to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head up. Let's head to the chief's office.
Guess we're going to the chief's office. Even though it said it was off limits, but we still are going in to investigate regardless, I think. Why is there a piano? That is weird, a piano in there. Or what is that called?
Whoa. Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Why does it got a church? What is it? Organ? That's an organ. I think that's an organ piano. Check out that pipe organ. Yep, I knew it. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Batch. I thought I was the genius until they tried teaching me something.
Whoa. That was loud.
I never would remember where C was.
Interesting place here. Oh, it's Gant. Hi, Gant. What you doing?
Oh, it's you two! You can't.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
Oh, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I appreciate that. I had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's proactive statement. Proactive statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. Now, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
It's Lana, him, and Marshall. It's Neil Marshall, the deceased victim of, the other Marshall we know.
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We do get to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Wait! The vase! That vase there! I recognize it! It's one of the evidence we have!
Hold on. Where is it?
Yeah! What the world? What is that there? What is that doing there?
Well, we'll find out. Later, hold on.
I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Team picture added to the court records.
Because the whole thingy. Why does he hold so much long? Every time he speaks, he takes forever to talk. Oh my god.
Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there's matters that need my attention. I'm going to log up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, there's a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
That's suspicious, man.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Okay.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. What do we do? Great. I feel like something is very suspicious with Gant there. Also, what the freak was with that vase that we had that was the pieces we fixed? It looked like the same one in the photo. Let's just go back into the fairs thingy after all that. Weird. Goodness. Okay.
Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. Sounds like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. The falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
I guess let's talk with him. Edgeworth's crisis and then this online incident.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, prosecutors are responsible for the evidence they present in court.
That makes sense.
Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talents as a prosecutor keeps him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Really, so many people who hate him?
in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
It's always that kind of way, I guess. I'm not gonna say that word because it looked. I know that his name is the Gumshoe, so
Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
SL9 incident.
Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Seems generally concerned for Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, did you find anything? Did you find out anything? The only evidence Drake left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some girl.
Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. No, I forgot. Look at all the writing. Look at all it's written somewhere in here, okay?
His power of recollection never fails to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Drake's crimes. Let's go to his crimes, though. I'm quite curious.
Joe Drake was 42 at the time of the crime. He's just your run-of-the-mill businessman. No, businessman. What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
Oh, great.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. Kid walked by just then, so... oh gosh, not the kid. Then, oh god, Joggers came up to the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this was all conjecture,
I don't know. Sorry.
There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Drake was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
And that last witness... AKA Emma. Maybe we should show him... the knife. The broken one, because... it's this one. Or this, maybe?
About this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
That is what I want to know. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell us. Murder weapon.
And this knife. It was Joe Drake's, wasn't it? That's right. Traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look at it to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken up tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. Dang. It's found deep inside a stab wound. Did it match Drake's knife? You bet! Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil and Tati, stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and a lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Okay. Switch wait. The broken tip was found in the victim's body belonged to the murderer Joe Jake.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money, you need to... If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'll be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
Darn it! How about the ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That one won't get either. The data was deleted the day you died.
No.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
There's gotta be something we can show him so we can get in there, but so far, there's no way right now we got anything. Maybe. Interesting, though. I mean, still, we found the pot in the picture. That was what Gumshoe in the evidence room that one day was trying to fix. Which was interesting. I'm quite surprised by that, to be honest. There's so much we're finding out. Guess let's go to the parking lot and see if we can find anything there. If we can find anything here or anywhere, hopefully Gumshoe would let us in there.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
Goodness, there's so much. There is just, this case is the most conflicting one ever. Along with another one that's involved with this one. So it's like, so much is going on. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I guess let's go see Edgeworth. See if he's inside and talk with him about anything. Because he's getting a lot of heat. Basically, Edgeworth's room. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He's not happy. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor.
That's a ball now in the crumple.
Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. And another allegation to me.
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you.
Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Like some people, I don't have all day.
Forged evidence tomorrow's trial and the day of the crime. So let's start with the forged evidence because I also want to see that garn paper he threw on the ground and see what he was writing.
There is no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I could do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remained the same no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me, why? Why has it all come to this?
Even Edward can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial.
Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
That is true, we can't really do that.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. It may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture, something seems strange about it.
I guess let's do the day of the crime.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back.
This.
It's that screwdriver again.
Oh, yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday.
So, you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right.
There's gotta be something I can show him. I gotta show him, because he said there was a picture that I... Is it the one on Chief Gant's wall? Might as well show him this, because this might be the chance to ask him about this photo.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes.
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
The story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling
it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on.
That's weird. What does he mean by that?
This award originated from an ancient Chinese tale.
Oh.
In China, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake.
Very well.
This is interesting.
Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd. He claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other. Very perspective. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So, the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Why was that removed? Weird. Can I examine what this paper was that he threw to the ground? I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right here, there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
No, hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Huh. He's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resign?
I guess he's resigning is what it seems like. Resignation. That's what I was trying to say. Blech. Why are you writing it?
Resignation. Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Is this what we're gonna use for Gumshoe?
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of recognition. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Dang it, Miles. Why? Why? Why you do this? Miles. It's not his fault. I understand he's trying to think he takes responsibility for it, but still. I feel like he doesn't need to when he didn't know it was that, but yes, he should at least take some that, but he's not at fault. My god. Let's just leave him to be, I guess. Excuse me. Oh, hi, Star. Ah.
Would you either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Star,
Guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person you sucked.
Oh god, why is that? I did not. I was about to read that. What the frick? What the heck? Like the cows. Discovered milk. Oh god, I was okay. I wasn't expecting that. Not saying that. I don't know why it sounds wrong in my opinion when I was about to say it, but it was so wrong. Oh my god. That is a weird thing to say.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence.
Oop, Angel.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Okay. Drake investigation.
Joe Drake. That's a name I'll not soon forget.
I just want to talk with her about this. Interesting.
We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through heck.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He'd become obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Sky.
My sister.
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana. And Chief Gant?
After case closed.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Drake got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret.
But you didn't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Legendary duo, and then I'll do be used.
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant, man. Magnesteam in particular was almost unreal.
His Magnesteam?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the case he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it weren't for her, I think Jake would have ever recovered from this shock.
Sorry. Messing up.
That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her.
Oop.
Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
And then let's do the being used part. Let's see what she meant by that.
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then, no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended,
She never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisines. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Well. Interesting. Thank you for telling us, Miss Star, for all that you've told us. You've helped us with what you've told us. I guess let's go to the because gosh darn, Gumshoe should be there, right? Okay, back here.
Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the Chief's opposite, period. I'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I gotta present that resignation letter that Miles was trying to fill out and then he just threw to the ground. Let's try it.
Let's try this. What's this crumpled piece of paper? Sorry. No way! Mr. Roger can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they'd push him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detective to prove him with sound evidence. Or provide him. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
Oh my god. Gumshoe.
That's it! I've made up my mind!
But
Here, take my ID card.
Oh great, we're taking Gumshoe's ID card.
We can't do that if someone found out.
we wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Not true. Look at me. I'm no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you.
Hey. You can now go into Gant's office. Let me save real quick though before I do. I'm doing a double save. Because if I do it... Now I'm just gonna probably not save then. We're back at his office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Oh, in we go!
We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Ah! What the? What just happened?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
You got slapped again. I wish there was like a... I don't know what it is. I wish there was like the typical slap mark you would see. That would have made it funnier. That would have made it funnier to see like the actual remnants of the slap mark like an anime does when that happens, but oh well.
Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? That wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Comes your ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card!
Well,
Will they ever get a chance to come in here? So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. Great Gumshoe.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay, so... Can we talk first? Talk about in the chief office.
That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir! This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
Oop. He was drunk when he said that.
I see.
So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touched that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Okay, let's try Chief Gant.
Can I ask you something?
Oh wait, wrong person. I thought it was Phoenix saying that.
Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's the only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why you ask? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal! You don't just let it go at that! Sorry.
This guy's starting to get on my nerves.
Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think... Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Well, we're here to do our main thing, which is to examine things.
Let's see. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. The board is ripe with intrigue. No, okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Wait, is it that 777 number? Because if that might be the case... Unless it's not. Because I feel like it has to be the 777 is the only thing I can think of, because it's the one number I feel like we haven't even seen yet. There's no one known, so...
Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know! You want to try my birthday? It's...
No, Gumshoe.
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
What code? It's that 7 number. So this is Gant's number then if I do it right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So this is Gant's number. So Goodman went into the evidence room with Gant. I think. Because if I'm right about this is just my theory before looking into the safe entirely. If he lost his ID card because Jake Marshall took it, there was no way he could have gone into the evidence room alone, on his own. So he must have asked Gant or something to probably go in or whatever, or he might have followed Gant into it because he might have went into the evidence room for some reason. But why would he want to go into the evidence room? I don't know. Those are just my theories. Again, so I don't know.
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
His birthday was that, pal? 77777. The final ID number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean...
Oh, he's also saying this.
That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. This could only mean one thing. That Chief Gant's ID number. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Yes. Okay. Let's examine more of what's in that darn safe, man.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
I don't think that's a money safe, man.
Look, it's a,
A shard from a broken cup?
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
there's something else in here too.
Huh? What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Oh! Handprint! There's a handprint in there.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Oh, we're gonna have to do that, yes.
Hey, I saw someone wear a shirt like that once. You think the chief made the design?
I don't think so.
No. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevance to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective.
I think the first thing I gotta show him is that one of the evidence is that pot thingy or whatever vase. Because there was a broken piece of that vase we still haven't found that Gumshoe also said he got to. So I remember this. So is that the last missing piece? Let me try that.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together, and those were the days. It was just one day, bro.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we've just found? You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Finally, is he getting it? Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
I guess we gotta assemble the... I guess we can assemble it.
Here, let me see if that's shard. I'll take the crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence.
Why? Here goes. I gotta flip it, or I gotta rotate. Is that how it... Is that it? There we go! Yep. Is that blood splatter? Ketchup? Stain. There's a stain on.
There, it fits like a charm. This, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he's concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others!
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it! Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar updated. Evidence from SL9 evidence. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. Okay. Now... we also need to do... do we have to present this? Maybe this? Maybe?
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is! So, you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town! Sheesh! What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints!
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. Talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that! The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where are your sense of humor?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into that print below the rest away. Then blow the rest away. Whoopsie.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Alright, let's get this over with. Whoopsie. Might as well do his thumb.
Might do the thumb.
Oh, I can just click. I thought I always had to use enter, but I can just click! I am stupid. I should have done this long ago! I am doing everywhere. I will cover all of that again. It's like snow. It looks like snow when you're placing it, but I know it's just the powder to use to, I'm just going everywhere with this. I'm going to town. I will go to town! Everything will be blown! Whoa! That's an interesting one.
Interesting. I gave it my best shot.
That's the kind of result won't give it for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we get a clearance result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Okay, so it's not that finger. Let's try, should we try this one, or should I try the... It's either this fingerprint or this one I can get, since we can't use the thumbprint. That won't work. So I think this one might have the more print on it, so I'm going with this one. I'm doing it again! Whee! I will cover you. I will get the best print. I will cover all. I will not miss any. Cover it all. Cover. I'm just like literally clicking. You can just hear my mouth, you guys. I'm sorry. I didn't know I could use my mouth. I keep thinking I have to always use my keyboard, but no, I'm using my mouth for this. Cover. And then blow.
Whee!
Perfect. Huh. So that's not it's not Damon Gant. It's not Mike's. It's not Jake's. It's not Goodman's. What is her fingerprints doing here? It looks like her fingerprint. Let me try to match it though. Let me try it. It's her prints. What are her prints doing on that cloth? No.
How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they?
Golly. That's what I'm saying. It's her fingerprints. I'm like, what in the world are her fingerprints doing?
It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Drake's prints.
Hey, you. Over here. You, Gumshoe. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the Jeep safe?
My god, I'm like, why are her prints on that cloth?
Don't ask me. I just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth found in Chief Gant's safe, evidence from something, but what bears Emma Sky's prints? My question is why? Why are her prints on that cloth? What is going on? Oh my god. Well, she was a witness, so this is just... Bro, bro, a lot of the stuff that I'm finding is all unexpected to me. It's like, just when I think I find close enough, well, the end of the case. No, we find something else even more connecting to the case and whatnot. It's just so weird. This is so weird. God. Weird, 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 weird. Okay, let's try his desk. I want to try dance and desk. I haven't done that yet. Goodness.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant.
He put that paper on he was reading in his desk.
I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? Oh, SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
What in the world? Why? Huh?
Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence list. Normally, they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Enough size list of evidence.
Edgeworth mentioned... We talked to Edgeworth about this, too. He said the same thing.
This list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thank you. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? Oh god. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Oh god, I can't.
Isn't that right? You in the coat. You can't. We didn't think you would be here, but you would be back soon. But you would be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
Oh god, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, no! I don't know.
But sir,
I hate when he does this.
now get out.
Oh, that face is new. He looks upset.
Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you're the one without the spiky hair. Don't go, Jet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Oh, great. I am very, very suspicious of him.
Look, pal, I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gans was holding and hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture.
Bro! This is crazy. First we find out Miles is trying to resign from being a prosecutor. Bro, Gant is suspicious as frick. First he brings in a random knife during a court case and complaining to Edward about his mistakes. And he's being bombarded with all of this. We find out that Lana Skies, in the case, apparently forged evidence for the SL9 incident, or as they call it, the Joe Drake killings, as well, leading to more of Edgeworth feeling like he's responsible because he accidentally used that forged evidence in the trial. Because the original prosecutor, Jake Marshall's brother, Neil Marshall, was killed. So he took over that case, but he didn't know the evidence was forged, and he feels responsible that he presented that, and now he's, with all the rumors and stuff he's gotten and things. And then Jake Marshall does not want the SL9 incident. He thinks it's very suspicious with whatever stuff he's found. To not die. Leading to him to steal Detective Goodman, who is our victim in this case, ID, dress up like him to try to take the evidence from the evidence room. But by then, it's already gone. When that happens, leading to also Meekins to get hurt because he didn't show the ID and he didn't want his identity shown. So much is happening. Ugh. God.
But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
It's so much.
After that, I heard from Emma she said the police wanted to ask her some questions. so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
God. That's what I'm saying. Now, I know Miles isn't at fault because he didn't know it was forged evidence, but he still has to take a little bit of responsibility because he did present it in court for whatever criminal. But still, my god. Jeez. There's so much. There's just too much I'm getting. It's too much. It's too much. I'm going crazy.
I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to do everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really, I believe I did mention something quite important.
I know! It's so much! It's like this case is connected to somehow regarding to the case with the SO9 incident, and it's all a mess! It's all crazy! I feel like my head is splitting! My brain power! God.
Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convicted, you know something. No one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Finally. Tell us. Talk to us. Why do you need to be quiet? Please. Stop being quiet and tell us the truth, girl!
I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. Not that you were unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you were incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So, you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? For the one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
I think okay, so I'm going with Gant because it has something to do with Gant.
Well, Miss Sky?
Turns around.
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
I know it's Gant, yeah, this Gant dude. That's the only one I'm obvious.
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though? Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edward didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to excuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Oh, Lord. Is it the list? Or in the safe? There's stuff in the safe. Her prints. And then there's the list we found. Which one do I do? Maybe this. Let me try this. Let me try the note first.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself.
Probably.
Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you summarized. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperative or cooperate. Orders. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes. You were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edward's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the 9 SL9 incident of serial killer Drake's knife? What the frick?
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So, I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaken at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And this is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Oh, okay. So, whoever took that evidence out, so if Drake's knife is what killed Goodman, so then it broke while he was stabbed, right? Or am I wrong? I don't know anymore. We'll see. My theory is the knife wasn't broken before, and whoever took the evidence out of that case, because Goodman was part of that team during the 9SL incident. I'm taking a guess. Whoever it was that took the knife, stabbed him with that knife, killed him in that evidence room, is what I'm betting, because there was so much blood on the floor where we did the fluid luminol thingy. And then and then basically asked her to get rid of the body. I'm betting this is Gant though, because why would Gant want to murder Goodman if this is my guess, if he's the real criminal for hiding all the evidence and stuff? Yep. My goodness. Hold on, I'm gonna
Be quiet.
mute. Sorry about that. I was just talking to
I know. It's okay.
my dad. He came in here just to grab something, so my apologies on muting for a while. Back to what I was saying. If my guess is, I don't know, I feel like Gant is the only one that could have killed Goodman. But why is my question? Why would Gant kill Goodman? Whoops, I'm just fixing that real quick. Sorry. Why would he kill Goodman? Unless it has something to do with the SL9 incident, then that would make a little sense. But what about the SL9 incident? Why he wants to prevent anyone from finding out or something? What in the world? What is This is just too crazy. This is so much. There's so much. God.
Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Oh yeah.
There's a lot of backstory I've found out, if anything, because Jake Marshall said also he's not letting this case die because he and his brother were working on the case. And before he was demoted to a patrolman, and before he did all the crazy stuff to steal the evidence, before the case went cold, or transfer, let me say that again, transfer, as well, so.
Why did you need to hide Drake's knife so badly? Drake's knife. It took a lot of work to finally close the Drake case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Drake's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Drake case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edward's exhaust pipe? Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone call, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call.
Yeah, so it was orders by Chief Gant, so Chief Gant has to be the murderer then. But why?
Anyways, a phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I want that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or, at least,
I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Maybe, we'll see. We'll see when we do. We'll see when we find out.
Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
Yeah, he dressed up as Goodman. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card. But it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
Lana,
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't persuade this any further in court tomorrow.
tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Got to get to the bottom of everything.
Detective Goodman's real murder.
And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
Weird. Oh, but... Save. You must save. Lordy. This whole case is just upside down for me. The cloth could have... There's gotta be a reason the cloth and Emma's fingerprints are on there for a reason. Huh. Sorry, I was just taking a bite of my food. So much is happening! This is the defendant's lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Lord of mercy. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... Sorry. Trying to eat as fast as I can. And then read and talk. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Miles! Edgeworth.
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because that there's still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right. And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say.
Miles.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
Miles.
This is it.
If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. God. I mean, if anything, he feels responsible in a way because he had forged evidence, but it wasn't on his fault, so maybe that's why. In that way, I guess. Goodness. That's just my thought. I think. Who knows? Who freaking knows?
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Goodness me.
Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant.
Oh great, it's Gant. What you doing here, man?
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, is he back? Been back to the pool yet?
Is he a swimming freak?
No, I haven't been drowning enough as it is, and I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Excuse me. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Takes forever to talk. Here he goes.
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Haven't heard what she intended to say. I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Sorry if my Gant voices just keep switching or anything. Lana?
What is this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claims does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your service.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence.
Golly! What the frick, girl?
I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright might feel otherwise.
Can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
What? Miles?
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Miles for the save!
Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Miles, you saved our butts. Thank you.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistake?
Bro, yes, it's a huge it is a huge save, my lord.
Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Oh, her saying, hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, I am experiencing my rights to self-representation. I do not think we need to
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the rein. Woohoo! There she is.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer, Joe Drake, of the Joe Drake killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Hazard, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Oh my god. Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Before I continue, I'm going to quickly go grab more water. Because I feel like I'm going to need it. I'm going to need lots of more water. Because obviously, I'm going to be talking a lot. Because this case is going to probably make me go crazy as much as it's been. So hold on just a second. I'm going to quickly do that. Oh my god. I'm back. I got my water. I got some nice, crisp, clean ice water. Nice, crisp, clean ice water. Ready for anything. I have just been going at it with this case. This case has gone so many turns that I'm not expecting. First, it was the freaking Edgeworth case that we saved his butt from being considered a murderer with so many turns. Now this one has so many turns. More turns than the last one. God. There's so much that's happening. Goodness. I got me some good old clean ice water. I had to give it ice because I'm like, I like cold water and I feel like that's better than just lukewarm water. Here we go. Her account. 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Alright, cross-examining. Sister's office. Man came running in, took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. Maybe this. Let me try that.
Can you tell us about that?
Goodness.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. It was pitch black in that room. Shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of that scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim?
We need to hear more, I feel like. There's also a bug flying near me. Gross. I think it's a mosquito. Darn it, mosquito! Fly! Mosquito, go away! There's literally a mosquito near me. I was hearing his buzzing near my freaking ears. Go away. Mosquito, go away! I mean, I feel like we need to hear more, though. Sorry if I'm complaining.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
I need to ask about the picture. I want to know what the freaking... He kinda... No, he wants my blood.
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Seems to have been lost. Hold on. Ripped in half. This is the part I got. Do we have to show this? Because I think because it has the list of evidence in it, and it's only ripped in half, but let's do it. Let's do this. Maybe. Mr. Edgeworth?
This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SR9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... what's this? Yes, what is that?
Hey, that thing! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling. Sorry. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other.
God. I'm surprised too. How the frick?
What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed to 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the mark here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
I feel bad for Edgeworth.
Anyway, order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Oh, so that's what... So he gave that to her to draw. Okay.
Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, and that means...
Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conveniable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Oh god, he's saying the It's something wrong.
Do you even have to ask?
Oh god, he's not happy. He was not happy at all.
Good. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
What the frick?
Huh? That thing!
A thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list restored and update in the court record. Nice.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, yeah, sir, Your Honor.
Oopsie. Panicked there for a second for no reason.
What's wrong with Emma? Seemed to be thinking about something when she saw looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Drake about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay. Picture to flash of light. Is there anything I can present that might... Stabbed in the back, died from a puncture heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Oh, maybe this. We have to show this. It doesn't really show all of what happened. Because if Neil got stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung, and had the knife tip stuck, then I don't think she really saw what happened to Neil at all. So, interesting. I'm gonna do that.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Was it the knife? Because the knife... Maybe is it the knife? That's what I'm gonna guess.
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
But I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Drake was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And way, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
What's the meaning of this?
Whoa.
It's raining a lot here, though, so if anytime the stream ends up going off because it's storming and power goes out, just a heads up and a warning.
Goodness, perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There was another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're trending on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Drake along with Damon Gant. During this questioning, Joe Drake fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Drake. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there would be two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Drake's. Could there have been one?
I mean, there's gotta be another one then, if possible. She's not mistaken then. My thought process is it's gotta be there is another one.
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. And so please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Would it have to be in the photo? Because if I'm right... Where's that photo? The photo in here, the knife thing that's in front of Lana Sky. It has to be inside. That must have been what killed him then. That's my only guess, because I saw there's a little knife thing sticking in the photo.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. Wait, this is a picture of the award ceremony. Oh wait, I thought it was the judge. Sorry, this is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding.
Oh, wait, I forgot about that too. I forgot about that.
I forgot about that.
Oh, that's why Gant had the thing off the shield. Oh! I'm stupid, I forgot about the award. I thought it was the thing in front of her. Never mind.
That's a broken knife?
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Drake's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was all, in likelihood, from this award.
I forgot about the award. I'm stupid. I forgot about the King of Prosecutor trophy had that, and it was gone, so maybe.
Order! 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 That's what I was thinking. I forgot about that trophy. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Drake, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Objection!
But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors awarded knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reverse. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Goodness. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? What in the world?
Thanks, Miles, for that. It seems Mr. Red has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusion.
Who said hold it this time?
Oh, her.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. At this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger.
This should be interesting.
Let's see.
When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Okay, Blue Badger's shadow.
It is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
try impossible. The chief of detectives hasn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Lana, stop! Please, don't pressure this any further.
Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Recollection. Man raises knife. Panicked, rushed towards both of them. Knocked away the man with the knife. Just then another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
She says shadow.
His shadow? So, you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really?
I feel like it has to be something that was in that room that made it a mistake. There's gotta be something in that room that made her see the blue badger, I think.
The blue badger hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she certainly saw its shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day, 2 years ago, there was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mystery blue badger look-alike.
Was it, let me see. Was it the vase? This vase, because it looks, I can kind of see where she mistaken it. Because this vase was broken before we found evidence. Is it this vase?
The mystery blue badger was in fact this.
That's my only thing.
But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But, Mr. Wright, doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar.
I thought it was a vase.
However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
I gotta rotate. Would it be this? No. I need to rotate. Uh. I'm trying to make sure I'm right about trying to get it right. I'm hearing something. What in the world am I hearing? Like this, maybe? I hate having to turn this. It's so hard. Maybe a little bit more downwards. Ugh, I really hate trying to do these because it just looks weird. I'm just trying to make sure it looks right. I like using my mouse more. If only I could rotate better. Maybe this might be right.
Take that!
Nah,
Objection!
I tried. I just can't. I had it. I thought I had it. I can't with the angles. I'm bad at with this angling. I'm just bad at angling this. God, the angles are so annoying. I can't angle right. Okay, actually, let me... Okay. I just hate angling this thing so much. This angle situation is my struggle. I hate this so much. I just can't angle. I just can't angle sometimes. No, 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 no. Nope. No. Frick, this angling thing is not my this is just not my strong suit. Not my strong suit whatsoever, so I'm going to be a struggle for a while with this thing. This is really annoying. No, 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 no. I hate when I try to get it. I had it, it's just... I almost have it, it's just so annoying. Ugh, I hate this. I hate this. I really hate trying to do this thingy because I cannot angle it for— oh crap, did I need to do that? I wish I could figure out how to move this. Oh god. No, I messed it up. Ah, frick. I really hate these maneuvers because it's just so annoying to maneuver. I'm using my... this thing is a pain. This is the one thing I'm not a fan of right now, is just maneuvering this. No. Am I getting it right? I can't really tell. I really can't tell how to maneuver this at all. I really hate trying to maneuver this thing. I'm really hating it because it's like, it's such a pain. Because I can't, it's like very specific. I really can't tell if this is right anymore. I really hate trying to do this. Am I doing this right? Can you tell me, chat? Is this right or wrong? I can't really tell. This is the one thing I'm not a fan of, is just this rotating thing, because I hate rotating this thing and it's just not looking like it. I can't with this part. It's just such a pain. I just hate doing the badger thing because it's just like, am I even doing this right? Ugh. I really can't with this darn thingy. Hmm. I'm just trying to make sure I have it right. Am I even right about this anymore? Oh, this badger. Why does this badger have to be the problem? Of all things, did the badger have to be my issue?
Take that!
Ah, I hate how annoying this track. I hate turning this thing around. It's just such a pain. Ugh, I can't get it. Every time I think I get it there, it just doesn't look like it ends up being wrong. What the frick? Is this why I hate? Is this why I hate this? I just hate rotating this thing so much. Just such pain. My pain with this darn thing does not like the way it's wanted specifically as the head, and I'm just like, I'm trying, and it's just not cooperating. Or I'm just not figuring this out. This is why I hate this part so much. It's just such pain. This is gonna take me probably a while, though. So I apologize if I complain so much. Ah, frick. Oh, crud. I messed up. I was pressing something. I was doing something. I messed up. Hold on. I need to also... I don't know what it is I'm messing up. I was trying to... I almost had it at first. It's just this thing is such a pain. I hate how annoying this is. Ugh. Let me flip it like this, maybe.
Thought I had it. I feel like I'm not getting it. Hold on, I'm probably gonna do this off stream because this is gonna pain me so much. Every time, I'm gonna get so annoyed that I'm just gonna keep doing it over and over again and it's not gonna work. Every time I've tried, it's just such a pain getting it right, and I feel like I do, but I don't. I just hate this thing. It's just such a pain to do right. Just flipping it around for now. I feel like every time I do this, it's just such pain. I hate how precise you have to be with this darn thing. I wish it doesn't need to be that precise. Why is it only gonna be precise? I just hate fine-tuning this thing so much. It's just like, it's the finagling of like making sure things look accurate to what I'm trying to show. Uh,
Take that!
please. There we go, finally! Oh my god. That finally happened. I got it there finally. It took me forever. I hate that so much. I think out of the puzzles in this game, that one's gonna be the one I'm gonna hate the most out of all. I'm gonna hate that so much for the rest of my times, finally.
Well, is this a miracle or what?
Finally. Frick.
No one can possibly deny this jar resembles the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order! Order! The fence has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this!
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean? Hold on, before I continue, hold on. I'm just gonna quickly use the restroom. And just to calm myself down after panic
After complaining to myself about how precise I had to be with that darn jar. Meh. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I hate that jar scene so much. I literally hate it. Oh my god, my brain hated that jar. I hate that. Jeez. That jar part just is what I hate the most. I hated it. I hated it. I hated that so much. It's like, it had to be at a specific... The way you had to finagle it into the right places, even if it was off-center a little, and it's still such a pain.
So, that badger thing was actually just a jar? That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What difference now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Okay, so if she saw the jar... I mean, there's stuff on it, so... Would it be just the location, maybe? Would it be just the location of where the jar was at, maybe? That might be the only choice. Let's try location. Let's try it.
Allow me to take Let me take this in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes. Well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
People coming in, welcome on in, hope you're doing well.
But the body was found lie near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Thank you, I appreciate that. That makes me happy after I had a painstakingly struggle with the vase or jar turning it into the blue badger for a while. Oh my god, I had pain for a second with that darn jar. Yes, and it seems these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. I hated the jar turning into the blue badger thing was such pain, like trying to rotate it and everything into the right look.
You see? The struggle between Drake and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Oh, that makes more sense.
God.
Objection!
But I'm already taken now, so I'm already taken. If anything, I'm already taken. Oh, I appreciate that. Though I'm already taken in real life, though. Sorry.
Are you implying the murderer moved in the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Goodness. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though.
Please, recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air.
Oh my god, please don't do that to him. Please leave my boy. Please leave my partner. Please leave my significant other alone. He's a good person. Please don't be that way. Please don't be a yandere, please.
Now tell me, who could have sent the jar flying? That would have been impact the man made when he knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife...
Oh, darn it, mosquito. Let's make him watch One Piece. I mean, I don't know, you'll have to try to find a way to... Frick, mosquito! You'll have to find a way to get him to, but I don't think you know. I don't think that's good anyways. To find him. It's okay. Okay. I'm getting attacked by a darn mosquito this entire time. There's a mosquito in here bugging the heck out of me, and I'm trying to fly it away. Shoo, Mr. Mosquito. No taking my blood today.
Goodness. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skies knocked away was actually Prosecutor Marshall's. Oh.
It was an accident, though.
You mean... Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Oh god. Dud.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. The witness who took the victim's life and then proceeded so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
It was probably an accident, though.
Oh, what? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Drake murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I had no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegation, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
God.
Goodness. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. I certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Goodness. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. Message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name the victim may have left behind.
I think it's in the evidence, I guess.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Don't be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
Oh, God. What do I... Would it be on the thingy? The blood traces. I'm betting it has something to do with this jar, though, because the jar... I guess. The jar.
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If nothing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar.
A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see faint trails of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used these few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar, where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
Oh, God. My God. Do we have to... Is this spelling her name? Did I do that? Do we really have to do that? Oh God, I really hate doing this, but it's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind? Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Hi, Gant. What do you have to say?
Chief Gant. Do you understand the implication of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, George was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
Oh. But Georgia really was a serious murder. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on? Oh god.
Oh god. What is happening? Order! Order! Order!
What in the world? The gavel pound fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
God. Lord of mercy. There's just so much happening that I'm like, Lord of mercy, what is happening at all? It's like, so much is just going on. And I'm like, how is this possible? I'm thinking it was an accident, though, what she did, Emma. That's the only thing I can think of is she did it by accident. It wasn't her fault. That's my only thing. She probably pushed him by accident, didn't realize. That's my only thing I could say is... Okay, we're back at the lobby.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Oh, but not interrupting anything, pals!
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Gumshoe. Darn it.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it, Lana, having you run errands again?
Goodness me. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study more evidence law. Really?
The chief prosecutor wanted to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him.
I guess I'll need to give this book to a... Give this book a thorough read. From Miss Skies, explain 2 rules of evidence to law.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's all been ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. If Sky found out she was unwillingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. What? Sorry. And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt so many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Goodness me.
Goodness. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your action. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Richard, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that. It's just that, you see, everyone has been talking and...
They just believe whatever they want. Everyone else is hearing.
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. The solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable.
Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial.
Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it is settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls... Wouldn't it be Gant? Then I gotta call... The time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. It's gotta be Gant. I'm going Gant.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Goodness. Damon Gant. What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Lie. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Sorry, Damon Gant.
We need you. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like what? Sorry. Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you were very brave, or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness now may begin his testimony.
Alright, Gant, give us your testimony, man.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
And what about the stuff we found in your office, man?
That's when Drake was arrested. Yep, it was lying on the floor unconscious. When ammo sent Neil flying, it seems Drake bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief had the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
Oh, God. Time to find the truth in the matter. God.
Neil and him were questioning that day. Make a long story short, slipped. Power didn't help either.
I went to my office, I found. Apparently she had... Let me see. Do I show him the vase? Because the vase had... There was a piece of the vase in his office, so I'm gonna do that.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself? Explain yourself. Fine. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue pattern you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant. Oopsie, I'm doing things while I'm trying to do it at the same time. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh? Here's a defense attorney who's may even rival-worthy. So, you admit to it, then, that you were involved in the forgery? You me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Word to my boy? Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Gumshoe will receive his due punishment. What?
If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Well, yes, well, in the light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the piece of evidence found in your office, and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Okay. Evidence and forgery.
Let's see. What was it now? A jaw fragment and a list? Well, I know you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they're found after Drake was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Ow.
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, OG. In return, though. I know, take that place, right?
Huh. What are these guys telepathic? What are these guys telepathic?
Fly, please go away. There's a fly just flying near me, it just won't leave.
Go away, fly.
Okay, evidence and forgery. He just won't. Why is he staying? Okay, for all I know, I could have put it in the office.
Hold it!
Let me see that.
Really, Chief Grant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of SM9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is significant motive. Oh, that was a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So, that means... there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There's only three people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Sanji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
I feel like he's... Let me try this, maybe.
Nothing in for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl. Lana's sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, buddy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Probably not, from how it sounds like. But point out a complet. Gonna do that anyway.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forged evidence?
Would it be Lana?
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skies, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in line of circumstances. Emma Skies fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skies was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. How would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he played with puppets? No, wait. You must mean puppets as in someone forced to do his bidding? Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skies in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjure. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
Oh, yes it is. Yes, yes, yes indeed, yo. That's true as can be.
What?
Oh, goodness.
Order! 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 I said order! I'm my best with my voices. Sorry. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Taking a sip before continuing.
Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency! To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder! That's impossible! Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Why? I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Was it the IDs? There's gotta be the IDs. Let me try this.
This is the ID card list! Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine. The owner of yesterday. 7777. The sevens, just sevens. Bleh. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that. That's my card ID number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in the Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7-digit? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777, all just 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. His hand was pressed. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The advanced search of my office was in violation of regulation. And I will determine Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. About the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Why did you have to say the bathroom? That's the one thing I don't understand.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, so I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? No. Oh, of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilty.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Wouldn't it be because he's missing his ID card? He didn't have his ID card to get in there, so this is the only thing I could think could have used for that.
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So, Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had given that report to the chief of police. Yet, you're in the possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filled it. He filled it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to! Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There is no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next.
Excuse me, goodness.
The chief of police murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Whoa, that is an interesting...
What is this fly doing? Just on my stuff. Don't go in my water. Go away. Now he's on the mic.
Okay. Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
I've forgotten, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know? And everyone is aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh? So you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over in the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
The screwdriver? Because he gave... Okay. Let me try the screwdriver.
I mean, this is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. Was it the screwdriver's doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
Oh no.
After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Stars took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something! I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney generals after this. We have to get going if we make it in time for There Are the Birds special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So, you're just gonna run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Do you have any concrete proof? Prove that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and May. Miss Guys disposed of the body.
If I have any... Oh, God. I mean, there's gotta be... We have evidence. I think we have evidence. Trying to think. Do we have evidence? My brain's trying to think. I mean, we still have that handprint we have to use. I mean, there's gotta be something. I'm trying to think, do we have proof? In general? But, hmm. I'm trying to think. What is the right thing to do? Because we got to get Gant, but... we have any proof or not? My brain is trying to think. I'm just trying to think, like, what between the two. Trying to think, my brain is like trying to think if I do or not. Like, so far we have some evidence, but it feels like we don't have enough evidence. Because I feel like we do and we don't at the same time, so that's why I'm like trying to think. So my brain is trying to think. Probably I don't yet. I feel like I just don't right now. There's still some stuff we probably need to look at, so I don't have any proof at the moment. If I think about it, but I still want to figure out when we're going to use that. So I guess I have no proof yet. Let's try that first. It's no use showing evidence. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure of myself.
No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Anji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for allegations against the chief. What? Here's the tip. Never give her what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Anji, I'll leave the rest to you.
We're gonna bring you back, Ant. There's no... We're bringing him back, don't worry. You will.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What?
Objection!
What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. The lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth. Wouldn't it be Lana then? Because... Oop, not her. He already did her. Lana is the one that had to... The only one we can do. Let's do it.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. God. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's order.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in brief.
Hold on.
Oh,
What are you? You're back, man.
Chief Cat, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there'll be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay, but if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Lord of mercy, so much is happening. Hi, Edgeworth. God, this case is going crazy for me. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office! Oh god. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that tot-nod girl you used to work with. What do you mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Steve Gann's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said?
But chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds truth.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, it's Emma.
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to you, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor. Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think, I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up, deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now! If you want to blame one, blame society, pal!
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, you better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
Oh, God. Lord of mercy. This trial has just gone so many ways. I am not expecting, that is all. I just keep going one way or another. And then another. It's like, I'm going insane. Goodness me. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skies, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor? I'm sure you are aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found the prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted. I had nothing to do with Emma. It had nothing to do with Emma. Sorry.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense. Of course, I'm sure.
But Lana,
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
I feel like she's trying to still do her protecting.
please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. You're sacrificing yourself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay, grant in the fabrication. How can you do it by yourself?
You said you did this all by yourself.
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dream was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Drake?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Drake was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
Just to protect me.
So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. That doesn't make sense. What? You planted the tip of Drake's knife in the there, oh my god.
But why? Why would you do that? That was so fast, I didn't read it.
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulder.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body? I think it's more like the body.
When you showed up to the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deducted it, by Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Guys moved the body.
Jar. Was it the Emma one? Because it's the one that says it has her name on it. So it's gotta be this.
Miss Guys, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marsh was murdered? If that's true, were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. That's right. You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in its final moments. Exactly so, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regarding to this jar than its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are in the dark, as we are, about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Goodness. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
There's so much happening. Lord of Mercy. Jar and message in blood.
I immediately noticed the blood trace on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Drake was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I don't know if she got them all at all. She didn't. It had to be the jar again. And then we try this, maybe.
Miss Guy, I believe this jar concealed a truth you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There was something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us to only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Objection!
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that's... There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Drake downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first,
I didn't get to address. See?
the question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years?
Done.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Oh! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterward? Discovering the scene, Lana Skies believed her sister, Emma, killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Drake, sparing Emma, and there lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet.
Oh, she bit on her.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe you're right after all. What do you mean, right?
You do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Guys, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might have also been a lie. Or might also be a lie.
But I don't remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Guys, if you will.
I can't...
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Or anyone. I don't know. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor, sword. Emma and Drake were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armored sword! You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof.
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Oh, wait. It's gotta be this. Oh. Oh, so the book had... Okay. I see now.
Hey, there's a picture here.
That's where it is. Oh my god.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene?
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted into the court records. I'm seeing photo here. Dang, poor Neil.
Mr. Wright. That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be...
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
That's where I was finally waiting for that to come into hand.
What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints on those are... must be the real murderer.
What? Those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene? Oh god, here comes the hold it. Who's saying it now? Gant!
Come now, Undy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
Sorry, Gant.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
Sorry, Gant.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of noose tightening noose tightening.
Yeah!
Random. Sorry. Ah. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statement. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Some of that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Darn it. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
The right if you have any more evidence presented now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one hearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decisions. Should I present that piece of evidence? Oh no. One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. I mean, I can't show it.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant! You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Look at conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out from some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gal, right-o? Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it?
Jeez. I'm trying to get through this faster so I can I'm trying to get through this case and then I'm gonna end after this case is done because I think this is the longest case I've been going through. And then I'll do more another day. I was the first person to arrive at the scene of the crime. And then it occurred to me that I could use that situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. Then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Skies. I told her to arrange all the evidence. Had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body, then move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Drake convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? Not sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that a girl committed.
That wasn't her, though, and it was probably an exit.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police cheap by a dumb look. See this jaw fragment? Hey, the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to come and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Rido, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So, you admitted to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just the moment you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish moves, Rido. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. This battle is still going on for too long. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Guess let's show the evidence.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. That shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Does it have to do the... Do we have to do the cloth? I really don't want to do the cloth. Guess we have no choice. Do we?
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that to be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh ho ho! You're slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Fido had it all time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you.
Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
The person whose these fingerprints belong to is...
So it's Emma.
But, anyways.
Emma Skies.
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh ho ho! Really something, Rido. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still try to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshalson to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skies.
You knew those fingerprints, who those were along. Yet you...
Oh crud. She's trying to do something.
You acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skies, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshalls, you asked? It was Emma Skies, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of the evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Would it be the photo from Lana? Is it Lana's photo? Because like that's the only thing I can think of.
And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skies took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, the sword is sewn underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly, my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured, blood pouring out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ah. Since Emma's size fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skies? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armored sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write their name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that was then broken on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember, you admitted only moments ago that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's... sorry. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over.
Objection, what? How many objections are there?
Though we sweating bullets.
Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? See, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Legal evidence cannot be convicted as suspect. Remember, Anji? Righto here, conceal that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, the piece of cloth seems to be legal evidence.
But that was not fair.
Oh. Did you actually think you could BS me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Glant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright.
Themes at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you perfectly legally concealed this piece of cloth?
I mean, it did.
No, if I refuse to admit that, all my plans will have been for nothing.
Oh, I thought I pressed them in. Let me try that again. I hit something by accident. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. I thought I did took damage, but... Something. That was just me trying to... I was being stupid.
Aha, sorry, the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
That was my bad. I was doing something.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh?
That was my mistake.
It's not that I didn't present evidence. Then, is that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involving when presenting evidence. No, Anji, don't listen to these lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
Objection!
I made a mistake, but it's fine. I gotta pass through some dialogue, so I'm sorry.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Whether you refuse to present evidence, you can prove your conduct was not in violation of law, then do so now.
Oh, is it the book? It's gotta be the book, right?
Take that!
Hopefully I'm right. Oh, well.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was important for me to prove the relevance between the clock and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevance? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection!
Sorry, but but can you recall when that picture when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshals in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you.
Oh god, he's laughing. What in the... Whoa! What in the heck just happened? Whoa!
I knew I should have got rid of him. The good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He waited to reinvestigate the case, and he wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel's star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. There, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was talking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SO9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloodied handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. Has to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere. I guess I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You made a lot more than you make a lot more than us detectives ever will. God, leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had much to lose, as I did, if the truth came out. So, you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragment and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why did you stand in court? Me. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go along. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Bungie? What? Looks like we have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Diamond Gant. I knew you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Bungie. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Oh god.
He's still lapping it up.
My god.
This...
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damigant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky. You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gan helped me forge evidence up until now. Up until today.
Oh! It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of trouble. Out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
Oh my, that's a new... Oh, she smiled! There's a different expression I was expecting.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order of all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is still acted as his accomplice. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of all these heavy chains.
My lord. That was a doozy of a case.
Well, this trial has gone far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Woo! She's not guilty of murder, but she's still guilty of a lot of other things. Dang.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over.
Emma.
Why the lug face? Heck yeah, this thing was this took forever! I hated that. I hated that one. I hated that one freaking puzzle with the stupid vase turning it around. It was so annoying.
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
The smile. She's smiling in that again with a flashback. Dude.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals!
Hi, Gumshoe. Is this gonna happen again? He's gonna leave and come back after we call him again.
Oh. Guess I am.
It always keeps doing this. Gumshoe.
I'll come back later.
Stop. Wait, Detective Gumshoe.
What is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all the way around while on duty? To top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Oh my god. Bro, I hated turning it around so much. It was such a pain. There she is. Lana.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I wasn't doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. Oh. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Ooh. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Uh-huh.
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy.
Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, the smile again.
Oh, Emma.
Oh.
no one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me! Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Miss Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here.
Stop being shy, Miles. My boy, stop being shy.
Where was he hiding?
Bro, where were you hiding, man?
I just came to say... Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Miles!
No, Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
Miles.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may have said, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
Miles, stop thinking stupidly.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go along it. Right along. Whoopsie. Messing myself up. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite a while. For quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Give me enough time. I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did.
Miles! You know you would never do that.
That thought terrifies me. That's why I cannot continue on as a prosecutor.
Miles!
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone.
You had us, Miles. Are you dumb? Well, he's not dumb. I know you forgot about us.
You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence. Huh?
Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Would it be the... This? Would it be the drawing? From the back of this on the desk? Let me try it.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. A part we wouldn't have been able to complete, lead restore Emma's picture.
Not the attorney's badge. I just had to do the picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miles! Come on.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Miles, let me hug you!
Edgeworth, what will you do now?
I want to hug him. My god.
Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what if I face now is my problem? Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
Miles!
I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation.
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
Oh, her smile looks so pretty!
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh?
Oh my god. Gumshoe!
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Gosh darn it, Gumshoe.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I knew you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here's the one who would be footing the bill.
Oh, come on, Gumshoe!
Huh? Uh-huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Oh, God.
Objection!
Oh, finally that's been done. I finished it. Yay!
Oh, there's more. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coordinator. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crime together with Emma.
Whew. Oh, I feel relievedly happy I finally finished that darn case. I took almost forever. From frickin' 3 until now. 12 already.
Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. I didn't really... They overlooked my honor of the chief office. I'm sorry. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show. You can't shake me off that easily. Lord of mercy.
No, it's Meekins!
My new mission is to go at the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been promoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on me on the entire entrance for me today. I'll show them though, someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir, then I can just be like Dig Shoe.
Yeah. I have been. I tend to do long streams.
I have a stream tomorrow early in the morning. Well, not early in the morning. Early again tomorrow at 2.
Golly. Oh, it's the badger. We're just seeing him move. Nothing else. Creepy thing. Ish. Oh, he stopped! He stopped dancing! Because I wanted to finish this and then I'm gonna get off afterwards. Because I have another stream tomorrow that I have to do. Marshall!
What's this? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with mistake lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. He's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like he did it. He even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Darn it, Jake! Marshall! We found out who killed your brother, though. It was Detective Gant. It was Gant, though. And Goodman, too.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while.
Oh, that's Lunchbox.
As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a harder seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
My god. One of the worst things that Angel Star said, one of the lines that was translated that I was freaking out and laughing over was the freaking cow and the milk thing. That made me laugh the frick out and I didn't even say it.
I'll never forget the young defense lawyer said after this. Let's see what's his name again. Mr. Left?
Oh, come on.
Anyway, he said he'd been doing something or for... I don't know, I need to read it. I got another trial to get to. I better be... oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
I did not. Some parts, if I miss, I apologize if I miss some of the reading. At times. Whew. Golly. But we did it! I feel happy with myself. Maya!
Nothing soothes the soul like fast country air. Sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick!
I wasn't expecting to hear anything about Maya! Maya! Oh, I can't wait to see her whenever I continue, because this is the trilogy game. I have all of them in one game, so it feels nice I don't have to buy all the games separately. I believe. Oh. Oh. What? Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth? I bought you tea. What's going on?
Oh no, please tell me. Don't tell me. What happened to Edgeworth? No! Oh my god, please tell me he didn't resign. If he did, I'm gonna cringe. I'm gonna be upset.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh god, not again. That.
Letter?
Oh, it's a photo. Just pulled out a photo. That's her on the force when she. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Oh.
Yes! Finish Rise of the Ashes.
God. I thought it was all 3. Hold on. I finally finished that, though. I thought it was the other ones, too. Right? It should be. Or am I wrong about that? But I finally finished that one. Huh. I'm just getting off the I'm just switching to my chat screen, though. There's still more I gotta do. I believe. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I do. Oh, I'm getting off for now. Oh, I just finished so far. Feel like there's still more, though. God, I feel. God. I feel happy. Like, seriously, I was going crazy with that case, man. I'm hoping I have to recheck if there is other stuff with it, but I finally finished it. Oh. That's just the one thing I'm happy is that I finally finished that. God. Because I feel like it either does or it doesn't have the other ones. Hold on. Let me double check if I'm right about that. Let me see. But I feel, in all regardless, I just need to stop for today. Since I've been at this for too long, and it's like been 9 hours that I've streamed, so with that being said, where is my ending? I am ending for today. I have to set up tomorrow's stream. If I'm right about tomorrow, I'm playing Twist. Goodness, I'm just double checking myself. I always gotta make sure I'm at the right I'm always trying to check my thingy. Whoopsie daisy. Yes, tomorrow at 2 o'clock p.m., I am going to be playing some Twisted Wonderland, so that'll be fun and whatnot, so I'm still gonna check if this I still have more, probably there's more in Ace Attorney Trilogy that I have yet to do, so I'll try to see if there's more. Bro, you have no idea. You have no idea. I think there's still more to the game, I just haven't checked. Because it shows there's still some achievements I haven't done yet. There's still some that are there that I need to do, probably, but I'll check. So, with that, I'd say it's all good. Again, if you guys enjoyed today's stream, please give it a like. If you are new and you enjoyed this stream, please subscribe. And whatnot. And with that, please make sure all of you get some sleep. Yeah, that's what I'm making sure of. So for today, I need to stop. I've already finished, like, the first game way back. And I just needed to finish that last case for that first game, so... Hey. So I'm still gonna continue more Ace Attorney, so be prepared when I do that. There's still gonna be more, I promise you. I promise you. Oh, God. I hope I don't have to click just new game just to do that. But anyways, again, I'm playing some Twisted Wonderland tomorrow. Some more of my the beloved fun of Twisted Wonderland. I'm playing the new event. Well, it's an encore event, so I'm excited for that. So yeah. Again, as you said, if you enjoyed, please give it a like. If you're new and you enjoyed my streams, I have other stuff as well. If anything, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys at tomorrow's stream. Bye-bye!